Heyo, what's up? Yesterday was fun. So let's do that again, shall we? Just to sum it up really quick for who weren't around yesterday or didn't watch the VOD. I'm doing a game, making a game, creating a game, developing a game, whatever. It's gonna be a 2D factory puzzle game of some sort, detailed or I have different visions for things. How it could end up, but nothing is done yet. This is so dumb. Why is YouTube informing me that I'm live on my channel? Like this is this really unnecessary? Thanks, I guess. I noticed. I'm not sure what's up with that. Anyway, so yeah, I started yesterday and didn't go too far, to be honest. Basically, what I figured is like I was just doing random stuff. Basically, what I figured is I need some straight goals. So this roadmap existed yesterday already, but what I wanted to add to the roadmap, or what I added to the roadmap, are those 2 points. I want to actually have a goal. What do I try to accomplish first, and see what classes and interfaces and whatnot I need to do that. And the first goal is going to be to represent the factory, so represent the game, basically. So I need tiles with structures on top of it and resources who can be transported via those. So turns out I actually started on that yesterday without thinking about it too much. So I didn't have a goal, but still followed the goal I set myself later. So that makes sense. Hey K6, welcome to the stream. So yeah, we're gonna continue working on that. And the next goal is to calculate the tick. So basically the game is gonna run in ticks or cycles or whatever you want to call them. I need a generic way to handle that, like progress the game one cycle further. And if I have that, I can start with some basic stuff and then hopefully pretty quickly get a prototype going so we can actually see what is going on and not just have like bare code looking at. So that would be great. So yeah, let's I still don't have an auto switcher prepared, so just remind me when I forget to switch scene. Why that didn't work. Go. I should set up a hotkey for this. That's gonna make that way easier. Hotkeys. Filter. Transition there. What could be a good hotkey? I don't know. Control numpad 7. No, it would be nice to have something I can do with one, to be honest. So Control F1. Sure. Control Alt. No, it's too hard. Control F1 is not great either. Well, Control F1 it is. Gonna try. Okay. So actually, wait, give me a second. I think I have hotkeys on my scenes. They might collide with that. Oh, did they remove that feature? They might have removed that feature. Apparently there are no hotkeys on scenes anymore in OBS. Okay then. Well, I don't have to worry about that, I guess. So Kha'Zix writes, how long the whole development process will take? It's hard to calculate, but give me your best guess. Oof. It depends on where we're gonna go. So if we go back here, actually, the idea is to first build a core thing, like a core mechanic thing, and then I can use that to create different kind of games. So it also depends on, like, the core thing doesn't need like, it needs a UI, but only for testing. It doesn't need a polished UI. So it needs a very basic UI so I can test it. So just a core library, basically, that allows me to simulate a factory of some sort. I mean, that's, I don't know. I have no idea how long it's gonna take to do that. 6 months, maybe. It depends on how much time I invest. Like, if I would work on this full time, it would be a few weeks, probably, to get it. Maybe less. I'm not sure. I can't really, like, it's hard for me right now to see how much work that actually is. Probably not that much, actually. Would be able to do it in a couple of weeks if I would work on it full time. But I'm only gonna do it in my spare time, doing and stuff. So it's not gonna be that fast. Actually making a game, like, even if I go with the simple strat, which would be just a level-based puzzle game, that will take a while. Like, working full time, several months, like probably close to a year or something. Doing my spare time, probably longer. So we will see about that. I don't know. It's hard to say, really. Kazakh's asked if I'm making an engine from scratch. No, I'm not making an engine. Well, it depends on what you define as an engine. Like, usually when we're talking game dev, when we're talking engines, we're talking about a UI engine, like something like Unity, something that makes the game run, and visual. So Unity or Godot or Unreal or something like that. And I'm not gonna make one of those. That would be no, no, that's out of scope. I'm gonna here have this on my roadmap. The idea is to at least write the prototype with .NET Blazor, which is the new fancy shit for .NET Web stuff. So it's gonna be a browser, or not necessarily browser, but a web view based thing. And I don't know, if that goes really well, I might just decide to build the full game in it. If it feels lacking, at some point I'm gonna try to figure out which engine I want to use. I'm looking at Godot. It looks really neat. Like, I think it's not as overblown as Unity. But yeah, Unity would be the obvious choice here. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Blazor turns out cool. Like, it definitely is going to turn out cool, but maybe it turns out cool for game dev. It might not, though. I'm not sure yet. Because, yeah, web stuff is not great for free drawing. So getting animations and stuff like that is, I think, a little annoying as far as I know. I don't know. I don't really have experience with that. But there are reasons why game engines are a thing. And we're not just doing HTML5 for everything. But I mean, people wrote games in HTML5 and it worked fine. So, I don't know. Anyway, it's definitely going to be C#, and therefore .NET in some variety. Well, maybe Mono. I'm going to Godot. So yeah, I like C#. That's why I chose it. I was like, here's the thing. I'm doing this because I want to enjoy doing that. Like, I want to have fun doing that. Sure, I want to like, if possible, I want to actually complete this and make it a game and get it out there. Sure. But I know me, and it's important if I want to actually get there. Like, the most likely scenario of me actually completing this and finishing this is doing it in a way that is fun for me. Like, if I'm engaged in it because I want to do it, because I have fun doing it, then it's way more likely that I'm actually going to finish it. So, I mean, that makes sense. That's just common sense. But still, I think it's very, very important for me because I'm doing this in my spare time. I'm a software developer for at my full-time job. So doing more coding in my spare time, like, that needs some that needs to be perfect. If I get annoyed by it, I'm gonna drop it as fast as a hot potato. So I have to make sure that I'm doing it in the, for me, most comfortable way possible. Or the project is gonna die sooner or later. So yeah, I'm gonna use the language I'm the most comfortable with and I like a lot, and that's C#. And I mean, it would have been interesting to learn a new language for it. Like there are a few languages I'm that look interesting. Like what's the name? What's the name? God damn it, we talked about it yesterday. Fucking hell. What's the freaking name? Not Python, not Ruby, but something similar. God damn it, what's it called? Rust. So Rust looks interesting. Go looks interesting. Maybe a functional programming language like Elixir or something. I don't know. Would be interesting, but like learning a new language would be a whole nother thing. Like that would require even more effort. Would delay all of this. Like I'm good at C#. I know what I'm doing. I know the newest tech. I know the environment, like the ecosystem. I know where to get help. But yeah, because I mean it has a huge community. And it's the Stack Overflow community regarding C# is like amazing. There are lots of good resources, and I know my ins and outs there. And learning a new language would be fun, but I would make so many mistakes, and it would take so much more time. And I don't know. So I'm just gonna go with a safe bet. I didn't like yeah, and I have fun doing bleeding edge C# stuff because I usually can't do that at my work, at my job. Most of the time, you have to. Like in business reality, you have to work with legacy systems at some more in one way or the other. So you're usually a little bit restricted. So trying out all the new fancy stuff is good for me, or is fun for me. So that's that. So yeah, we're definitely gonna go with C#, and we see which solutions that will, or which possible options that will there will be later on. Like Unity and Godot both support C#, so that should be fine. And we'll see. Maybe Blazor works. So, Kazakh's right said he always switches up Rust, the programming language, with Rust, the game. Messes up his brain. Yeah, yeah. I mean, both are not named great, to be honest. Like, it's just the word Rust is just a common word, and naming your thing, be it a language, be it a game, is like after a common word, it's not good for a SEO, and it's gonna confuse people. So I don't know. I don't think it's a good name choice, but each to their own. So yeah, yesterday I was creating, like, the last thing I was doing, and actually most of the time I spent on creating this coordinates class struct, which is supposed to be coordinates in a 2-dimensional matrix. So it's going to be like, for example, the coordinates of a tile in a factory. That's the main purpose. And you could just do it with 2 ints and have, like, you don't need a class to just say, yeah, we have a 2-dimensional array here with x and y being ints. But from my experience, it's good to actually not do that, because a coordinate is not an int. First of all, there's intent. If I say it's a coordinate, I have a coordinate struct down here, which, like, a coordinates struct is to coordinate. The naming's a little bit ambiguous, but whatever. So a coordinate is not an int. First, there's intent. If I say this is a coordinate, I know it's a coordinate, and not just like an int, which could be whatever. It could be a score point, or a number of tiles, or hit points. Well, not in this game probably, but you know what I mean. So int is whatever. Int has no intent. Coordinate, it's clear. Okay, it's a coordinate. It probably points to something in relation to something else, or in a matrix or something. And also coordinates have different rules than ints. Like I can coordinates are, well, my coordinates will not be negative, because I'm gonna start a 0-based, because that makes sense if you're doing programming stuff. Like, you don't want to go negative usually. So coordinates will be positive. Ints can be negative. Yeah, there are unsigned ints, but they're different beasts. So yeah, mostly intent. And then this could just be a tuple of ints, but why? I start with coordinates, so let's do coordinates as well. Unfortunately, I ran into one issue yesterday already, which is I tried to build a deconstructor, or I wrote a deconstructor. I didn't try. I actually wrote 2 deconstructors. Is it still in here somewhere? Yeah, there. I wrote 2 deconstructors. So deconstructor in C# allows you to basically do the following. Let's comment this out really quick. So if I have a coordinate, like this, I can, with this deconstructor, I can do the following. And now x and y will be the values, like will be 2 new variables of the type coordinate with the values x and y from that coordinates instance over here. That allows you, this is what this deconstructor does. So that's a pretty cool new feature in C#. I think C# 7 deconstructors are from C# 7. I think it might be 8, but I think it's 7. So they're pretty cool. So I wrote one of those, and then I realized, it's probably a good idea to also have one for ints. Turns out you cannot have 2 deconstructors with the same number of parameters in C#. That's just a language restriction. So it starts failing at that point because it says, I don't know what to do here. Which ones am I supposed to use? This calls ambiguous. And yeah, so that doesn't work. Now I have conversion from coordinate to int. So I can actually write int here, and it will convert it to an int, and that works. So that's cool. That's not a problem. Oh, I cannot do null here. That's a. Do I even have to assign it? Do I get a warning if I don't? I don't. Yeah, I get an error. So yeah. So that works. It complains that it's not nullable, which is a little weird. Which I don't really understand why it's doing that, to be honest. Because int cannot be null and coordinate cannot be null either, so that's a little weird. But I'm not sure why it's complaining there. But the bigger issue is it's actually failing when I'm doing positional pattern matching. Positional pattern matching is a new C# 8 feature, which basically, let's switch those out really quick. Hotkey. So if I have this deconstructor, so I can deconstruct the thing into ints, I can do this. I can say, actually, you know what the cleaner way of doing that would be. And then getting rid of this. So what I can do is I can take the course thing and then pattern match it to a tuple. And so this means if this coordinates y value is 5, then take whatever is in x and put it in the variable x, and then I can use the variable x in here. So that's cool. That's a cool feature. And now you would think, well, I have a conversion of int to coordinate. So if I replace the deconstructor again and make the deconstructor deconstruct in coordinate instead of int, that should not be a problem because the 5, which is an integer, can be converted down here to a coordinate, right? So that's not an issue. That should still work. Turns out it doesn't because for positional pattern matching, this has to be a constant expression. And if I have to convert it before using it, it's not constant anymore, which sucks. And I don't see a way avoiding that. Like, I don't see a way to avoid that at all. Like, I don't know if there is a trick. I probably never, I might need this, or it might be convenient to use it at some point when you can still write it. You should be able to write it differently. Maybe, probably, somehow. I don't know. You probably can do it with a different syntax, like with the when syntax or something. But yeah, for now, this is what is not working the way I want it to. And I don't see a way of, or an elegant way of fixing that, which annoys me a little bit, but I guess we're gonna live with it for the moment. It's not like I need that at the moment. So we maybe can find a solution to that problem later if we. Kha'Zix went to bed, sleepy from work. So good night. So yeah, we have coordinates, and I think they're done for the most part, which is good. Take a sip really quick. I mean, they're not done yet. I'm missing equality operators and stuff like that, but I don't need them right now. I mean, I don't need that shit right now either. But I mean, we could do equality. Let's not right now. Let's just like let's build stuff when we need it. Like this is definitely stuff I'm gonna need it. Like it's not like what is the sentence? You're not gonna need it. Y N N E. No, I don't know. I always forget it. But that doesn't apply here because I'm definitely gonna need an equality conversion. So an equals operator. It's definitely going to be necessary for these kinds of things. I also probably need another struct that allows for negative values, which is basically a vector, like pointing from one tile to another. So like a transformation basically, or shift. But yeah, let's write that when we need it. So for the moment, that's fine. So if we switch back here really quick, the first goal was to have a representation of the factory. So tiles with structures and resources. So I started that yesterday by having a iFactory interface, which doesn't have the iTile collection yet. So, which has an iTile collection. And the tile collection is actually a thing that has tiles. And I was thinking about not using set here yesterday. Why? Well, I wanted to not use a set here. Oh yeah, wait, no. I wanted to use a set here, but it's an immutable set. Oh, I need to install that. Sure. Install with packet manager. Let's do that really quick. Because that's actually a really cool class, or set of classes actually. Immutable ones. Like the thing is, I want to try a few functional programming paradigms here. And functional programmers will tell you that changing state, or state in general, is a terrible thing. Or immutability is a terrible thing, rather. And so I'm going to try to make everything immutable until I run into a wall. Then I might change my opinion. But for the moment, I'm going to try to do everything immutable in some sort, in some way. And then, or at least most of it. And then we'll see if that causes any problems, or if that actually works out well. So it's going to be an immutable set. Cool. So the tile collection has an immutable set of tiles. I wrote some indexes yesterday just for fun, actually. Let's see if they actually make sense. So we have an index there where we can put in a tile, we get out coordinates. Makes sense. A tile collection, say tiles and coordinates. Yeah, that kind of, I think that's a good use for an indexer. You could write a method get in coordinates or something, but I think an index is actually fine for that. It's quite obvious what it does. Then we have an indexer that takes coordinates and gives the tile back. That makes sense as well. Oh yeah, and I wrote the range indexer, I remember. That's a cool one. That's a really cool one, actually. So let me just try that again, because that was fun to do. Void test. So what it allows you to do is, if you have a tile collection, you have a tile collection, you can now say collection or var sub collection is collection two to 4, 3 to 6, and now this will. Why is this complaining? Oh, because we're not in the class or whatever. So this allows to now, well, create a subcollection, basically. So that's the range thing that's new with C#8 as well. It basically defines range. So range from 2 to 4. So 2, 3, 4, and 3, 4, 5, 6. And basically, this will return a new tile collection that only holds the tiles that are between those coordinates. So that's cool. Actually, can I? Wait, how is that? They added these default methods. Can I just put them in here now? Yeah, interfaces can have methods now, which is weird. I'm not quite over that yet. That's not quite in my mind yet. I think how this works is that every class that implements this interface now will automatically have a method test. And they can, however, override that method. Let's try that really quick. Test tile collection. Wait, let's not call that test. So implement interface. And now I'm gonna try to write a method that's called test. Okay, which one am I calling if I'm actually calling this now? Do I have to override? Probably not. I think it's gonna complain now. Yeah, there's nothing to override. You? No, there's nothing to. Oh, wait, it has to. Has to be here. New actually works. The member test collection test does not hide an accessible member. New keyword is not required. And I think override will even throw an error. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, I remember how it works. No, I remember how it works. So if I have a method now, we can actually put it in here. So if I have a collection now, like if I have a test collection, and I now call test collection test, it's going to be this one. Say if go to the navigation, go to declaration. It's going to be to what's the go to definition. It's going to be to go to this one. If I, however, say test collection as I collection, tile collection rather, and call test on that, so I cast it to the interface or save it in the variable of that interface, then I'm actually going to end up in that one. So that's how it works, right? So that's an interesting C# feature, C# 8 feature. Not sure if that comes in handy at some point. Hey Clipsy, welcome to the stream. C# development, yeah. You need to mark it virtual. Oh, no, I don't, because it's an interface. Yeah, but I know what you meant. No, this is not a class, this is an interface. I wanted to try out the new default member implementation feature of C# 8. So I was fiddling around with that. I don't think there is a point in. I mean, I could potentially. So that potentially means I could write implementations for any of those, which doesn't make much sense yet. But yeah, in theory, I could write an implementation for these, and then. Oh no, that's not good because then classes cannot really override it. Yeah, because this is not inheritance. What's the word? Polymorphism. This is not polymorphism. This is a default implementation. So yeah, it only works, or it overrides, as we saw, the implementation in the class if we're actually calling the interface. So yeah, so that doesn't seem to be a good thing to use that here. I'm not sure when to use that ever, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. So Clipsy says that it's been a while since he's written C#. He's in D-lang land. Now, what is D-lang? What is D-lang? D-lang? D? There's a programming language called D. Yeah, I heard of that. I never. I have no idea what it is, though. I know that it exists, but Multi-paradigm system programming language created by Walter Bright and Digital Mars, 2001. Re-engineering C++. Okay. So it's closer to C++, and that's a downside for me. Oh wait, I didn't switch scene. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I misgendered you. Did I? Probably. Oh yeah, I said Clipsy and then said he. Sorry. Should have said they, I guess. My bad. So yeah, what is the where and why would you use D? Like, what's the application for it? Closer to C#. Okay, that's a plus then. Memory management, garbage collection. Okay. Templates. Like, what is the where and why is that being used? And is it popular? Because I don't think it is. Being worked on apparently. It's for games. Okay. There's something here. History implementations to towards example. Doesn't go. Thing. D-lang purpose. What is the page saying about it? General purpose. Fast code. Fast. So performance focused. Fast code fast. Write fast. Writing large code fragments without redundantly specifying types. Dynamic language too. Static interface deduce types and other code properties, giving the best of both the static and dynamic world. What does that mean? I always like looking at languages I don't know. Dictionary 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Auto. So auto is probably the same thing as var in C#. Wait, auto as a return? That's cool. Type deduction works for function results. Ugh, that's cool. So that's a generic class method, not class, function rather. Yeah, okay. Type deduction on return types is neat. Read fast. True immutable types. Oh, that's nice. Run fast. D is designed such that most obvious code is fast and safe. On occasion, a function might need to escape the confines of type safety for ultimate speed and control. For such rare cases, D offers native pointers, typecast access to any C function without any translation. Memory management. Okay. So Tipsy says, I use it for writing my game dev framework. Not that popular, but it's really nice to code in. And I'm my own boss, so auto is pretty much like C# var. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Interesting. I'm always a little shy using things that are not popular. Not because I think like I want to do what everyone does, but just because usually they're not even because I think that the majority of people, if the majority of people must, use it, it must be the good choice. Mainly because it's easier to find, like it's easy to find documentation. It's usually more stable, more tested, more reliable, more complete. It's easier to find support. It's easier to find. It usually has a bigger ecosystem, so there are more frameworks, tools, whatever, stuff like that. So I usually try to stick with the big things. Well, it depends on what I'm doing, but when it comes to programming languages for business applications, then I would rather not risk using a language nobody else uses. But depends on the application, obviously. If you're sure you can do what you want to do with it, then it's not really a risk. But if you're just learning it and don't know what is possible and what is hard to do, what is easy, what frameworks are available and stuff like that, then it's a risk you don't want to take usually. So, but yeah, if you know how it works and you know what you want to do and it's in scope, then there's no reason not to go with whatever is your favorite. I mean, that's what I do in a lot of other situations. But with I like getting specialized tools for things. Like I like to get apps that do exactly, like mobile apps that do exactly what I want, or programs or browser extensions or whatever that do exactly what I want them to do. And I go to great lengths to try out different ones till I find the perfect one. But that only works because the problem scope is so small that I can test it and look at it and test it and see, yeah, okay, that's what I want. If I'm talking about a language, a programming language, then the scope is just so big. You cannot just look at it for an hour and then know, yeah, that's totally fine. I can do whatever I want with this. Or I know exactly what I can do with it. So that's usually not an option there. So better safe than sorry in those situations. Move to D from C# myself. I'm an MTA certified C# dev, so yeah, I know why C# is like one. I really like C# and I really like where Microsoft takes it. I mean, right now I have a few concerns that they're going a little bit too cryptic with the language. Like pattern matching is in some situations really, really cryptic already, and there are some ideas out there for making which are championed. So likely to come at some point, at least in some form or the other, which make it even more cryptic. Like there's some crazy stuff out on the GitHub. So some weird things a few days ago. Yeah, writing your own framework seems like a good idea if you want to have it behave exactly like you want, but it's also a lot of work. Anyway, back to this. So we have an iTile collection now, which stores tiles. So that's basically the first part here. We can represent tiles. We cannot yet tell them where to be because this is just an interface. So maybe the next step is to actually have an implementation for this. Do I want an implementation? I think that makes sense for the most part. I think especially because the other things are there already. Oops. Structures and resources on tiles. I think I actually have that already. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Control F1 was a bad hotkey. Let's get rid of that. It opens the help window because I'm pressing F1, which makes sense. Okay, fuck the hotkey. I'm just gonna click it. I guess. I could go with control and that thing. Try that. So Clipsy is asking why I'm using iFactory over System Reflection Activator because that has nothing to do with that. That's just an interface I wrote. Factory is not a factory in this. I just realized that this is maybe a bad name for it now that you mention it because it's not a factory in the term of software development. It's not factory for classes. It's supposed to be a factory, so part of the game. It's a factory puzzle game. So it's gonna be the main game object basically. Maybe it's not a great name. I don't know. Maybe I should think of something else. We could call it machine. That would work. iMachine. But I like factory more, but I don't know. I'm gonna keep it for the moment. But yeah, it's good that you mentioned it. I might have to change that at some point if it gets confusing. Silent Souls write that he loves C#, or they love C#. That's mistake. Do you? What do you? What's that? Oh, are you like a which turbo part are you? Are you because you're a mod? Not sure. Why is it blue? It even shows blue in the restream chat, which is interesting. Clipsy says that the async system is really odd in C#. I don't know. I can't compare it with others. I think it's a really, really clever and good system, but it's a little bit unintuitive at first. But it's really, really, really good when you get used to it. And I'm not sure how other languages solved it, so I cannot really compare it. So Clipsy asked why I'm using interfaces. Mainly because I just want to like implement to an interface is usually a good rule. I started with interfaces and we'll see if we actually need them later on. But I just want to start with interfaces and gonna write classes for them eventually. But it's usually good to have interfaces for several reasons. Like you can easily mock them for testing purposes or try different things without killing or like rewriting the half of the application. Like dependency injection in general. So, okay. So yeah, I think the next step is to actually implement that class. That makes sense. Oh yeah, I wanted to now remember. I wanted to say that I think I have structures and resources on tiles already. Let's check that really quick. That's the wrong button. I have a tile, and that, yeah, I wrote that yesterday. So I have a set of structures on my tile and 1 or 0 resources on my tile, which I think will make sense. I don't want to restrict me to what, like a structure is gonna be like something like a conveyor belt or a pusher or whatnot, something like that, something you place as a player that affects the resources, which are the things that move around, like, I don't know, steel, fuel, rockets, whatever. Whatever it's gonna be the thing, metal, iron, I don't know. And so I probably want to restrict it to only 1 resource per tile. Well, maybe not. And I would think about it, that would be Infinifactory style. That would not be Factorio style, but I'm aiming more for Infinifactory style gameplay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with that. I don't know if I want to restrict me to it right now, though. I could just go with multiple here, which allows me to do both later on. It's probably a better idea. That's probably, yeah, let's do that. So we go I immutable set of our resources. There we go. D apparently has a fiber system, which is the equivalent to the ASIC system. Or cooperative multitasking and what ASIC does. Okay. Async is really, really complex. Well, actually, not that complex, but fairly complicated. But it's really, really useful and neat if you want. You have to understand it really. In most cases, like if you're just following, like you don't necessarily have to understand it, but if you want to use it correctly, you probably have to understand it eventually. Yeah, it's not like if it's just in some code that you have to modify a little bit, it's usually not an issue. You can just go with it. But it's worth it to understand it because it's actually really, really neat. So okay, so I think I want to do another commit. All right, let me check commit history really quick. Oh, we didn't do much yet apparently. So that's some basic interface instructs. Oh, you don't see that. Okay, let's do it the other way. That's what I did yesterday. So now we got modified those a little bit. Implemented a few members. Not a very good commit message, but it's not. It's more about having small commits than actually having great messages on them. Like, good messages can help, but how am I supposed to summarize that? Okay, So I wanted to write a class that actually implements this thing. I'm just gonna put that on first level here. We can sort this out later and put it in a folder or something. But for now, I'm just gonna do a tile collection here. Do I just call it tile collection, or do it like some, I don't know, base tile collection card? I don't know. I'm just gonna call it tile collection for the moment. If I find a reason to actually change that later, I should probably make those interfaces public. I just realized they're not public. That's probably not a good idea if I'm doing a class library. No, these are the basic interfaces. They should be public, really. So let's do that really quick. And yeah, these have to be public as well. Both of them. Also, coordinate should not be in interfaces because it's not an interface. I mean, I'm probably gonna rearrange that 100 times during the development process, but so Clipsy writes, I don't know, I've fallen into the trap of trying to like design something to be very future-proof for it to not be. It might be good to investigate what underlying engine framework be monogame, FNA, Unity, etc. All have different vector primitives you'd have to weird conversions between. That's a good point, actually. And I also think like Blub on YouTube also recommended to look into an engine first. And I was thinking about it, and yeah, it's probably a good idea. I also don't really want to do it. Like don't want to restrict me. I don't want to restrict myself to an engine right now. I just want to do some clean C# code and then figure out what to do with it later. I don't want the engine to be deep into my core logic. Like the core logic should be clean. Like this is a .NET standard library that should be compatible to basically everything. Hopefully. And it's just gonna be very, very clean and not have any engine code or engine specific code in it. And I think I want to stick with that for the moment. It might be a mistake, I don't know, but we will see. Like if I'm going Unity and I don't want to, and I want to actually, like, the proper way to use Unity would be to start in Unity and probably start with graphics, to be honest, because that's how Unity operates. You put graphics in and then you write code for those graphics, which is not an approach I like at all. I hate that approach, actually. I think it makes sense probably, but it's just not what I want to do. And this might be a mistake. I don't know. It might come back at me later, but as I said earlier, I have to do this in a way that I have fun. And writing a .NET standard class library is fun to me. I'm gonna do that. What is monogame? Never heard of monogame, actually. Like, I looked at Godot. What is monogame? What's the other one? FNA? What is FNA? Those engines, implementation of Microsoft XNA Game Studio for refresh library. What? The what? Re-implementation. Recursive acronym. Oh, okay. It's a freeware set of tools for manage runtime environment. Microsoft video game development. Okay. And monogame. Oh, actually, I clicked on that apparently once because it's a used link, or a visited link. C#.net using Mono. Okay, that just seems to be another 2D engine, or maybe not necessarily 2D, but another game engine. Based on Mono, like Godot. Apparently you can do 3D as well, as you can see here. But I don't want to figure out which engine I want to use right now. So I'm just not going to use one right now at all. As I said, that might be a mistake. Basically, they provide stuff for you to draw stuff onto the screen, their audio. Yes. Okay. So where was I? I wanted to implement a tile collection. Did I make everything public now? Yeah, I should probably say commit that. Key. No, this is not gonna work. Or cancel. Delete. Commit. Amend. Sorry for me. No, just ignore it. Wait, what happened? Why is everything dead now? Inconsistent accessible. Indexer return type coordinates is less accessible than the indexer type collection this time. No? This is public. This is public. How is this more accessible? Rebuild. Oh, okay, so then Soul's right. Basically, Unity lets you focus more on game building. Monogame is more like engine building. And Eclipse says it uses DirectX in the background on Windows, but it's a lot more geared towards people who want to write stuff their way and without an engine structure being in the way. Oh, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. They're not engines, they're frameworks. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Coordinates is public. And this indexer returns a coordinate. But the error message is parameter type coordinates is less accessible than indexer. This. How so? Is it just fucking up? Tile is everything is public. And especially coordinates is public. Oh, it's not. Fuck. How did I not make that public? What? Didn't I go? Oh, probably something when I fiddled around with Git. But I looked at it a few seconds ago and said, yeah, it's public, but I probably saw this public. So, god damn it. Amend, commit. Okay. I think now we're good. Now we don't build. Add a new class is what I wanted to do. Add new class. Tile collection. It's not going to be public, actually. Yeah, that can be internal. The interface is public, which is enough. Mine's Microsoft recommended Russell analyzers which provide additional diagnostics fix for common API design. Yeah, show me. What is that? Oh, I know. Are those good? Are those useful? Are those annoying? What am I supposed to use here? Microsoft recommended code quality rules and .NET API usage rules, including the most important FX COP rules. Analyzers. Included as a part of Microsoft Code unless FX COP does not need to be installed separately. So the core analyzers. Okay, so you install this one. Yeah, ReSharper is pretty decent at stuff, but ReSharper is expensive as frick. And most of the things that ReSharper does are now natively in Visual Studio anyway, so I know what Roslyn is. I think I got annoyed by these at one point, so I never used them. I don't know, is it recommended to use these? Let's do a really dumb search. Should I use Roslyn analyzers? Right, better code faster with Roslyn analyzers. When should I use? Ika. The .NET compiler platform helps you catch bugs even before you run your code. One example was on Spell Check Analyzer that is built in Visual Studio. Let's say you're creating a static da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, that's not even... Or if you catch even more bugs. Well, let me introduce you to Roslyn Analyzer packages. These collections of analyzers provide a more robust da-da. FX cop, assuming you're using Visual Studio 17, using 19. You can view properties of diagnostics, including its description, default severity, in the properties window. Okay. So you can change all of them if they annoy you. Okay, so if it's easy to turn them off. I'm gonna install this and see if that is good, and if it annoys me, I just throw it out. There is, and Soul says they make you do stuff in a standard way. I dislike ReSharper with a vengeance. They aren't necessary in the team. It's definitely useful, so it does not really matter. But we must style your code in a certain way. I don't care so much about style. Well, I do, but can't do that myself. But if it actually shows me potential bugs and stuff like that, that might be useful. So did it install? I think it installed. So does it complain anywhere already? Coordinates should override equals. Yeah, they should. Thanks. Figured that out earlier. And decided not to do that. Method CTOR passes parameter. Oh, you don't see the message, by the way, right? Yeah. Method CTOR passes parameter name value as the message argument to argument exception constructor. Replace this argument with a descriptive message and pass parameter name in the correct position. Okay, that's a little bit excessive. Can I just turn this up? Severity, none. Silent, none. What's the difference? What's the difference between silent and none? Wait, there are two different ones. Which one is which? Which one is which? There's CA2208 and CA1303. Do not pass literals as localized parameters. Instantiate argument exception correctly. Okay, so that one should be probably not. I think silent will not show. Will show me the green line. No, goes away. Okay. What's the difference between silent and none? Wait. Severity. Silent versus none. Visual Studio. Severity and suppression. So there's hidden, which probably got renamed to, oh no, it's silent. There we non-visible to user, non-visible to user. The diagnostic is reported to the ID diagnostic engine, however. What does this mean? What is the IDE diagnostics engine? Why is that? What does this, what does it do? Should I go hidden or should I go none? I don't know. IDE diagnostics engine. We're going on a Google train here. I should probably write Visual Studio in front. I don't know. Hey, Bangladesh is back. Welcome. Time for the nougat nightmare. What? Nougat is great. It's way better than other packet managers. Silence is right. If you planned on using them, talking about the analyzers, do it now and keep cleaning up the warnings. Yeah, that's probably a good recommendation. Argument out of range exception? It might be true. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. So should I go with silent or with none? I'm confused. Silent. None. Children don't work. I'm not sure. Dub? I never heard of dub. Okay, I'm just gonna go with silence until I run into an issue with it. What is the other warning? Method coordinate, so the conversion passes a literal string as a parameter message of a call to. Wait, isn't that the one? Oh. Wait, what? Passes a literal string as a parameter message of a call to argument exception. Retrieve the following strings from a resource table instead. What the fuck? Oh, no. I don't want to do that. No. Go away. Silent. It's aggressive. But good point, though, about the argument out of range exception. Wait, what's it called? Argument range exception? Wait, is there an argument out of range exception? Is that a thing? C# argument out of range. I know it's a Java thing, I think. No, there is one. Did I type it wrong? Copy pasta. There we go. Param name, message. Okay. I guess we clean up the stuff now then. Ooh, what did I do? I pressed the button. No. What is this? Oh, I did like a class diagram. Not class diagram. What's it called? Forgot it. I forgot. It's gone now. I want to delete this. Okay, so if we use these things, I guess we have to fix the warnings now. Fix it, just do not suppress it. I'm gonna suppress a few of those warnings. They're way too aggressive. Globalization is a thing? Yeah, but not for debug messages. Sorry. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna localize my debug messages. That's not gonna happen. Okay. So he says I should do equals, and he's right. He's very right. So let's do that. I hate overriding equals. Give me a sec. We're first checking on the type. If obj is coordinate. Is reverse type pattern matching a thing already? I think not, right? No, I don't think it is. But the other way around should work. So object is coordinate other. That works. And then we write a new one. Public override bool equals coordinate. No, I did this wrong. Obviously. Go. Coordinates interface finding is missing the I. Well, it's not an interface. Oh wait, it's still up there. What the hell? I fucked that up apparently. Am I in the correct one right now? Why is that still a thing? It's not anymore. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's implement equals properly. Should be fairly straightforward, to be honest. We just do always forget. Can this actually call? Well, we have to check here anyway. If other is null, turn false. Return x equals. Actually. But that probably doesn't work yet because it actually does. Equals operator should not be overridden yet, though. Well, we're gonna do that. So no student found to override. Oh yeah, get rid of the override. Okay, you happy? Now he wants the hash code. Okay. Turn x get hash code. Wait, there's this. Can it do the default implementation thing? There's a default implementation, right? With the primes and stuff. Turn x. Like you do this plus like some prime multiplied. Why get hash code? Something along those lines. C# default get hash code implementation. There's like a good one somewhere. I don't want default is the wrong word. There we go. So you start with some prime and then you add, yeah, 27. Multiplies by 13 again. Oh wait, he does 27 multiplied by 13. And then plus the other one multiplied by 13, and then the whole thing multiplied by 13. Okay. Is that useful? I don't know. The math behind hash functions is weird. Pretty sure there's like a refactoring for it though. Or like a template or something. I think that's what you did. It's one too many 13s. 27 times 13 plus, oh, that one can go away. Isn't there like a... No? Oh, right, wait, this cannot be null. Cannot be null because coordinates is not nullable. Why is it not warning me about that? Should tell me that this is stupid. How can I even do that? Weird. Okay, Clipsy, bye-bye. Have fun coding on your stuff. Hashcode combine, right? There's a combine method or something, right? Yeah. How does this work? Hashcode combine. Thank you. I knew there was something. Yeah, there we go. That's the one. That's the one. Do I just put use the hashcode run by the specific value? Combines two values into a hashcode. So do I use x and y here, or do I use x dot hashcode? Get hashcode. I think I do it this way, right? Hi, fishy. Let's check Doku for this really quick. Doku did open but didn't jump in foreground. Weird. Combine 8 values into a hashcode. Cool. There's some remarks. I'm also going to assume that hashcodes are diffused across a large range, which improves the quality of hash. An example usage. The new Doku is really bad. Most old classes are better documented than this. C# hashcode combine. No, that's the manual one. It's John Skeet though, so this is good. Okay, yeah, like that. Okay, cool. Okay, so you got equals. Equals operator. Wait, why do I not? Oh, I have to wait. Oh, I want to do one more thing. Yeah, I know, I'm getting distracted, but bear with me. There's this new... I'm confused, why isn't there no... Wait, why is my ligature not working? Strange. Probably using the wrong font. But here's the thing, I wanted to use a new font anyway. So in, I think, what was it called? JetBrains Mono? Yeah, that one. That's a cool one, it's a new one. It's really good. It has really cool ligatures. Here, really cool ligatures. Even have like ligatures like this, like getting these things close to each other. In general, it looks really neat and clean. So let's install that. Open with. Get all this stuff somewhere. Extract all I think I have a folder on my somewhere for fonts. Documents. I have a folder for fonts somewhere. Where is it? Which music? No? No? What I have? Oh, let's do one now. If I don't have one, weird. I was sure I had one. But did I put it somewhere else? City like there? No. No folder. JetBrains mono. Folder. Extract. And we install all of these. You don't see much right now, right? Yeah, that's fine. Gonna be done in a second. Installing. Can I install multiple of them at the same time? At least open multiple at the same time. Install. There we go. Okay. And now back to Visual Studio. Options. Do you see the options window? Interesting. You see the options menu. That's weird. Do you not see the other ones? Fonts and colors. Text editor. There, it's set to deja vu though. I'm confused that the literatures are not working. I probably have to reboot, or not reboot, but restart. There we go. It is there. I thought it wouldn't be there. I thought I had to restart Visual Studio, but apparently not. JetBrains mono. Okay, cool. Doesn't use the literatures. Why not? What's going on with that? Ligatures. Visual Studio literatures. Let's try restarting. Oh, right, Silent Souls. I can't. There are templates for equals and hashcode. I probably should have done that. Let's try that and see what it does. First, let's get these literatures working. Don't see anything. No, they work. There we go. There we go. Need literatures. Cool. Sweet. Wait, let's get rid of all of that. And then say generate equals and get hash code and see what it does. Implement I equatable because why not? Generate operators. Yeah. It's probably just better what I did, or maybe the same. So equals. Oh yeah, that's clean. Oh, I like this font a lot actually. Oops. Now what am I doing? Oh, god damn it. Equality compared to coordinate, default equals. Oof, it's pretty complex. Okay, yeah, we would go with that. Seems reasonable. And did put operators up here. I mean, yellow, why not? That looks good. That looks good. Yeah, I really like the not equal sign. It's really really great. The arrows are also good, and I think I want in this language in this font. Oh yeah, that's so much better. The lower than or equals operator and the lower one greater than and equals operator. In the other font I usually use the déjà vu thing. That was horrible. That looked really really bad. But this one is really nice. It was very very wide, basically. It looked really bad, but this one is, yeah, this is good. In general, this font is great. Holy shit, that's really really good to read. I like it. Okay. So let's do the same thing here. I probably should fine with you. It makes it hard to read somewhat because it's a pretty long name for a thing. Fine. Oh no. No. Let's keep the lines. Okay. So a lot of the complaints are gone. Write a method named to or from coordinates as an alternate for operator implicit. Why? Why? Provide so FXCorp wants me to write an additional method for conversion. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna make FXCorp shut up. Lets me show potential fixes. Silent. Don't need that suggestion at all. There we go. Less squiggly lines. That's all squiggly lines gone. Good. Good. More squiggly lines. What are you complaining about here? Avoid empty interfaces. What? Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up. That's the dumbest complaint. God damn it. Avoid empty interfaces. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. So what is the complaint here? Use integral or string argument for indexers. No. 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 Why? Get out. The font is IntelliJ Mono. No, JetBrains Mono. Sorry. It's I think it's new, or at least I learned of it from today. Yeah, I'm gonna share it again. It's JetBrains Mono. It's really really cool. I don't know if it's new actually. I have no idea, but I learned about it today, and it's really good. I think. It's a font for developers, and they have like increased height. They said they I'm not sure if all of this is true, but they basically claim that they designed the font in a way that it's easy to read. But what I like most about this is that there are 136 apparently 38 code specific ligatures. So that's great. That's amazing because I like ligatures. They're good. They're good. They're a good thing. They're a really good thing. Like they have these ones are cool as well. Like you compare that, like it just puts them closer together, basically. So we should actually be able to see that here. Wait, is it doing that on ampersand as well? Probably not. Okay, we don't see that, but if we Yeah, look at that. That's very close together. Yeah, you see when I put a third one there. It spreads them out. That's cool. Oh wait, there was a... I think it does something on the... It definitely does something with them. Wait, what? Interesting. Look at it. So the second one looks different than the first one. And if you put more in line, it does it for 3 as well. 4 will break the ligature, but interesting. So yeah, they put a lot of effort into that. That's cool. Oh wait, you're not on. God damn it. Sorry, you're not in Visual Studio. So what I was trying, like the 2 things I was doing was I was, damn it, where's my? There we go. I was doing this, so you can see that it is a ligature. Actually, it puts them closer together. And here you can see that the second ampersand looks different than the first one. If I put a third there, the third one will be different than the first 2. And if I put a fourth there, it breaks the ligature. And everything goes to normal ampersands. So that's cool. Yeah, it's IntelliJ font now in VS, basically. So yeah, Silent Soul says that they don't usually use FX Corp. It's way too vocal about things that are non-issues. And yeah, I muted a lot of them. In general, I like having the IDE complaining about issues though. So I'm just gonna mute the ones I don't like and keep the other ones. So we'll see. So there were more complaints somewhere though, I think. Got all of those. Oh no, I muted the other ones, so we're probably good. Okay. Oh, I create the editor config file. That's annoying. Probably need to pull that. Probably need to copy that to other projects and stuff. Can I do that like global or something? I don't know. Edit. Roslyn analyzers. So I want to get something done now. So let's stop fiddling around with other stuff and finally create the tile collection. Go. Oh yeah, wait, one more thing. I want to get rid of the interface namespace because that's just dumb. And let's delete that again. Actually commit that. I'll probably no, it's fine. Removed Pionactory interfaces namespace. Okay. 4th time is a charm, I think. Tile collection. So this doesn't have to be public, as mentioned earlier, because the interface is public. That should be enough. This is going to be internal, probably. Maybe not. We will see. For the moment, it's going to be internal. Meant interface. Okay. Made a weird order. So we need a tiles property. It's going to be set in a constructor. Like that. It's probably not enough. We're gonna keep that for the moment. No, actually, we have to change it now because so we have a constructor now that like so I want this to be immutable, basically. By the way, is the iTile collection actually implement? It should probably implement some stuff like enumerable iTile. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Something else? Like collection? No, collection is modifiable. Which I don't want. I mean, I could get rid of the property and just make the whole thing an immutable set. That probably makes more sense. Yeah. So basically like that. So gonna use that as a private one. Oof. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's gonna be a lot of what's the word? Boilerplate code. Boilerplate code. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I wonder if I can inherit something. They're like an immutable set I can just use. Someone actually implementing that interface. That's the interface, but it's someone immutable hash set. There we go. I could just inherit from that. It's probably the way to go here. Wait, what? Represents an immutable tile collection cannot derive from sealed. Are you kidding me? I cannot inherit from that because it's sealed? Fuck you. Fuck you. So what am I supposed to use as a base? You usually go with collection. I mean, I could just use one with composition, obviously, but that's so much boilerplate. Do you want to do something else besides being an immutable hash set? Yeah, I want to. I want to have special indexers and stuff. Actually, I can't be a mutable hash set. I actually can't do that. I just realized. Like, it's good to have the interface, but I don't want to inherit. Let's word that. Doesn't make sense what I'm doing. What? Where's the... let me explain. So I actually will not do this. Where's the count here? Oh, because it's a property? Yeah, okay. Sure. Basically, I want the interface of an immutable set because I want to use set operations. Why does the immutable set has an at? Oh yeah, oh right, because it because it returns an immutable set. Yeah, right. So I want these methods, but I don't want to save it in a hash set because a hash set is too simple. I need a more complex structure because I want to also save coordinations for the tiles. So yeah, that was too simple. So I have to put in the effort, I guess. And so we need some sort of collection. I mean, it might be an immutable set, but not of a tile. So now it's the question: how do I save? How do I save the thing? So how do I store the tiles? Basically, I need tiles with coordinates. So I could just go with the dictionary, with the key being the coordinate and the value being the tiles. That would work since coordinate is overrides equals and stuff, so you can use it as a key quite nicely. That's not bad. It would also make it really easy to implement those indexers. I might do that. It seems reasonable. Alternatively, I could do something like a two-dimensional array, something, but that seems ugly. Else. I mean, alternatively, I could like have a little wrapper that takes a coordinate and a tile and then put them in a hash set. That seems wrong. Also, the set is then like the key is wrong then. I think just going with a dictionary is probably good. So what would that look like? I dictionary coordinate I tile tiles. And that's actually what we're gonna give to the constructor here as well. And now we can do everything with that. So we implement count by calling tiles count. And we implement the... Okay, I have to think about that in a second. Let's do this one first. This one is easy. We implement this indexer by going tiles coordinate yeah, and a lot of those will be very trivial. Okay, so let's just go down from the top. So okay, the reverse indexer, let's actually swap the position of those two. The reversed indexer, I need to look in the values for this specific tile. Can I do that? I'm probably gonna call equals. Yeah. Can I, right, what can I do here? Tiles, values, try get value. What does it return? I tile, no, that's not the one. Values. Does it have an index of or something? How do I get the index for a... That should be possible, right? Contains will take the pair. Pretty sure I did that before at some point. It's array index of. It's not an array though. It's not an array. I don't think that works. C# dictionary index of, or key of rather. Get index of a key value pair in a dictionary. Dictionary pair key. Can I get the key? Yeah, that's not what I want though. I mean, yeah, I can get. Yeah, right. Yeah. That makes sense. A dictionary is an enumerable of key value pairs, so I can just say tiles where I have to tell it then to use link where pair pair dot value equals tile. Probably better to do object equals select select key single default. Now the question is, do I want this to be single or default, or do I want this to be single? Because that's not quite obvious. I don't really need index of, I need the key. Index of just like was a description of what I want to do. It's not actually what I want to do. Careful with excessive link stuff. No. Excessive link stuff is the best. I don't know, why should I be careful? I'm pretty profound in using link, so I usually know what I'm doing. But yeah, Silent Souls mentioned that he loves the font so much. Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? It's really easy to read. And the ligatures, how do I pronounce? Careful, headphones warning. In a second. The ligature or ligature? Headphone warning now.
Ligature.
Okay. So I think this works. Like we take all the key value pairs in tiles, look for the one. Actually, yeah, look for the one. You can actually just do single here. Single or default. Way too complicated. Single or default, and then question mark dot. Dot question mark. No, question mark dot key. Yeah. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Wait, am I dumb? No, I'm not dumb. Oh, it cannot be null. It will be default. Ooh. It cannot be null because key value pairs are struct, so it cannot be null. So it would be like default, which is, I don't know, default key in that case. So default coordinates. So probably 0, 0. I made an A star. What is A star? With link a long time ago, and I did not to lists or to array anywhere, so it got slow as hell. To list to array don't necessarily make it faster. It depends, obviously. A star pathfinding. Oh, okay. So this works. This is correct. Well, this works. The question is it correct? Usually, an indexer that doesn't find the key or the index is throwing, right? If I go, yeah. If that's not part of the collection, it throws. And if you want to do it the other way, you do like a try method. You want it to be return a default. So we should just go with single here and not with single default. Oops. It fits in one line. So the single tile or the single key value pair that has a value equals to the tile given, and then return a key. That should be fine, I think. Select item key. Yeah, I could do that, but I can just do single here and then call key. Select item key is what I did before. Then it can return a null. Not really, but can it return a default at best? But if you just do select, it will return an unremovable, actually. We have to do single at some point. We have to do single or default. There's no way around that. Or first, obviously, but first would be dumb. Well, potentially, well, yeah, I have to make yeah, I have to, like, this is a set, so tiles should not be duplicate. So it should never be more than one, so. But I'm pretty sure I can't do, yeah, well, I have to do it with a single at somewhere. Single or single default. And the expected behavior of an indexer is that it throws if it doesn't find it. And that's especially important here, or especially a good idea here, because the default is not actually null, but like a default coordinate, so 0, 0, because it's a struct. And returning, like, it's harder to check on that. I mean, you can check for equals default, but yeah, I don't know. It's less obvious. So throwing here seems to be the right choice. Are you planning on defining all types from the start? The idea is, my plan right now is to go the functional programming paradigm of keeping the stuff immutable, and instead of changing it, creating a new one. So on the note, that might turn out horrible, but I want to try it because I heard good things about it. So that's the thing of this. That's the idea behind this interface as well. Like, this interface has an add method. You would be surprised, like, why it doesn't immutable set implement add. Well, it does because it returns a new immutable set. So that's the idea. So basically, yeah, you don't have to worry about mutability because you actually return copies if you change it. So yeah, I don't have to change them during the lifetime of that object, of that instance. Okay, so next indexer. Oh yeah, I wanted to write tests as well, but tests for this kind of stuff feels dumb. Actually, no, doesn't. Test for this kind of stuff is probably good. Do I want to write tests now, though? It's 11 p.m. Yeah, Silent Souls writes, immutable is excellent when multi-threading. It does not have to keep the processes in sync. That's very much correct, and one of the big upsides of functional programming. I'm not super convinced that functional programming is viable in all situations, but it definitely has some cool things. And being very, very efficient at multi-threading is one of those things. Now I have to make a decision now. So the idea I had in mind was to write a lot of tests actually very early on, do a little bit like not necessarily test-driven design, but maybe close to it. I don't know. I want to try that out. Is that useful? Does this work? Does it? How much work is it? The thing is, this is a class library anyway, so I can't really test this shit without writing a console application for it anyway. So writing tests is probably easier than manual testing it. I have a tendency to just write code without testing it, though, which is usually a horrible, horrible idea. But I do it over and over again anyway. As you can see here, like I wrote, I don't know how many hours of code haven't been written already. I didn't test anything of this yet. So probably it's a good idea to do tests. So I should probably start now, because the earlier I start, the better. Because if I don't, then it just gets more and more to do, and the motivation is I need more motivation to actually start it. The thing is, my body is rebelling right now a little bit. Stomach is doing weird things, and I'm sweating. I think I need a little break. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break for a few minutes, get some fresh air in here, and move a little bit. Move my body, maybe go to the bathroom really quick, and then I'm gonna be back. Used to be right back screen, but I'd rather show you the thing. Don't really actually. You can read that whenever you want. So I'm gonna switch to be right back screen. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Give me in like, I don't know, 2 to 5, well, probably more, 3 to 5 minutes or so, something along those lines. And I'm back. Okay. So, I feel a little better. Stomach is still weird. So I have to find some. I have to find some music I can play in the background that is not like licensed, or freely usable at least. That I like. Like I know there's license-free music out there, but I didn't find some that I really enjoyed so far. So if you have some recommendations, that would be appreciated. I used to play Frog Leap Studios because Leo said that it's okay to do that, but it seems like his label or his YouTube partner network rather, well, they're okay with it, but they're gonna claim the revenue, which I'm like, no, it's not like I'm making money from this, but it's more like a principle. I'm making some sense, but so I don't know. I have to find some music actually. I'm doing more regular streaming. Like if I'm playing games, there's usually in-game music, so that's fine. But if I'm doing programming, and there's none, so that's a bummer. Okay, so I want to write tests. I want to say something about that first, though, because I'm getting distracted over and over and over again, and I'm thinking about if that's a problem, and I think it's not, but I want to lay out why really quick. So that's basically writing this class was the first thing I wanted to do 2 hours ago, and I did multiple things since then. I installed FXCop, I installed a new language, I improved the interfaces and the coordinates class and whatnot, abstract and whatnot. And it seems like I'm not doing any progress, but those are all, and now I want to write unit tests even. So, but all of these things are things that have to be done at some point eventually, and basically, I don't want to be that guy who says I'm too busy to improve. Doing these things early is usually a good idea. Sure, I could write a tile collection down, but what benefit does this actually lend me right now? It doesn't lend any direct benefit, except that I can write classes that use tile collection afterwards. But doing all these other little things, like installing a new font, getting the FXCop things done, cleaning up the classes I have already, or interfaces and structs rather, that's all stuff that's going to help in the long run. So, and unit test is the same. So I'm going to interrupt myself again, step back a little bit. I might actually stash this. This is what I call a face roll stash. That didn't work. Why did that not work? Where did the stash go? There it is. Oh, because it didn't take. Ah, god damn it. I hate that. Like, I like it. Don't get me wrong. It has some weird things. Let's try that again. I actually have a concept in mind to like have something like my own version control. I don't think I'm ever gonna implement that, but I have a cool idea for it. Basically, with the aim to make it way more intuitive than Git is, because Git is cool and Git is strong. It's a very technical tool, and yeah, it's a technical tool for technical people. But to be honest, most software developers are somewhat technical people, but still, like most of them will not take the time to actually dig deep enough into the Git to use it properly, and they will stumble over it over and over again, and mess up the history and whatnot, and get confused by it. And it could be so much simpler and easier and more straightforward in a lot of places. So that's why I thought about it at some point and had some ideas about it, but probably not gonna implement those at any time soon anyway. Gaming music usually will not be monetized because it's used in games. That's true. there a good playlist for gaming music? I like all these good, like, if you're listening to, like, if you're watching Games Done Quick or something like that, they usually play a lot of game soundtracks. I would like to have a playlist of that or something. I should look for that. It would be cool. Like that, like YouTube. Gaming music. It usually is somewhat themed. A lot of stuff it is licensed though and gets claimed, but like maybe license free gaming music. Copyright free gaming music. There's a mix for it. Well, the mix is just auto-generated, so. 3 hours of best gaming music. No copyright sounds. Music for gaming. Okay. I mean, we can give it a shot. There's also a 24/7 live stream. Gaming music radio. No copyright sounds. Dubstep, trap, EDM, electro. No, that doesn't sound like my jam. Let's try this and see what happens. 3 hours. Might be good. I mean, it starts decent. It's a little bit too electronic for my taste. No, that's actually no. Just no. Best non-copyright gaming music. Only 30 minutes now. Non-copyright gaming music. I don't know. How do I find something good? It depends. It depends on the gaming music, really. Like Sensor said that it's what he heard, that gaming music is not going to get claimed. It really depends. It depends. Like indie games usually don't, but bigger games sometimes. At least that used to be the case. Maybe it's not anymore. Maybe the labels catched up to the issue. Who knows? License-free rock gaming music, maybe. It's usually stuff like that is usually bad. Metal is probably too hard. Rock music, no copyright. Royalty-free heavy metal and rock music. I know it's probably gonna be bad. I don't know. It's distracting me way too much. Alright, that's decent. Let's roll with that and see how it goes. Okay, back to this. Unit tests. Gonna do a new project. Add project. Test. MS test project.NET Core. Yeah. And we're gonna call it. Wait, where did it go? MS test project.NET Core there. Next, I'm gonna call it. I'm just gonna call it tests. Where did all those viewers come from? Welcome anyway. Okay. First things first, we need an assembly file. What's it called? Assembly info CS, I think. class. C# assembly info CS. I need the syntax for the friend thingy. Free friendly. There we go. No. Oh, what's the freaking syntax? Make internals visible to test. There we go. Making internals to visible to attribute. Here it is. That's the one. So we just do. Can get rid of all of this. God damn it. Oops, I don't want it. The music is actually decent. I can live with that. Oh. There. Tests. There. The music is okay. I hope it's not actually getting. I hope it's actually not getting claimed. That would be good. Do I even need the namespace here? Probably, right? Because I have to put the. Maybe not. I'm just gonna keep it there. I'm not sure I need it. Might not. Okay, so now unit tests. We rename that file to. What do I want to test first? We're gonna go through coordinates. So coordinates, or wait, first things first. We actually do a folder. Fast tests. So in general, I separate into fast tests or quick tests and slow tests. I'm not sure I'm actually going to get slow tests, but it's good to have a folder for the tests anyway. So you can also have a folder for utilities that you like, you testing utilities. So I'm just going to call it fast test because all of these tests will be fast. So we can call this coordinates, and now it's clear this is a coordinate. This is the test class for coordinates. Is that probably? No, it's probably not. No. Let's not call it that. Let's call it date tests. It's probably better because why didn't the rename not work now? I'll never understand this. It's so inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. Now the viewers are gone again. I don't know what that spike was all about. Okay. Now we're gonna use the amazing new feature. Well, not so new anymore. Since 17, I think. We just do the 17. Enterprise only live unit testing. Best fucking feature in the world. Well, not the best fucking feature, but it's a great feature. It's freaking good. Why is this popping up in an extra window? Can we have this down here, please? With the others. Falling. Live unit testing is amazing. You're gonna see what it does in a second. So, it already does something here. It shows that all these methods are not actually unit tested yet. So, okay, let's look at coordinates. What do I actually want to test here? Testing, I mean, I could do a basic test. Do I really want to write tests for every shit? Probably not. Like, basically there are different approaches to unit tests. You can either write tests for every little piece of thing, then it's actually a unit test. there are different approaches to tests, I should say. So you could either write tests to every little piece of code. So I could write a test for coordinate X and one for coordinate Y. And then you write, but the thing is that a lot of those tests, or a lot of those functions you test will actually use the other ones to some degree. So if I, for example, test I test the deconstructor, for example, it's going to use X and Y. And so it's not really necessary to test both. It has an advantage to actually still have to test for the simple ones, because you get more precise overview of what is actually broken if something breaks. But I think for trivial things like auto properties, I mean, what I'm testing at that point is the constructor, right? Not actually property itself. I would test that the constructor is assigning the property correctly, which is, yeah, let's not do that. That seems to be unnecessary. But we can test operators and stuff. That makes sense to some degree. I mean, conversion, probably not. Do I want to write tests for this? Like, what is the barrier? Where do you want to start? Like, if I write a test for this, this is just, it's a conversion operator. What can go wrong? Sure, I could mistype and write YY here. Could happen. But I don't need to write a test. I look at it and it's obviously correct. So I don't know. I'm not super experienced with testing, with automated testing. I did some of it, sure, but I never did like full throughout. I usually do like individual testing certain functions. So I'm thinking, where's the line? Like, writing tests for stuff like that or for a constructor seems very, very unnecessary. So there's probably no benefit doing it. So, but where's the line where it becomes beneficial? I mean, equals? I know you can't really fuck this up either, can't you? Isn't there a feature where generate tests? Wait, there was a trick to there was a thing you can do. What was it called? IntelliTest or something? By the way, how's the volume of the music? Is that good? It should also be ducked, so it should get quieter when I talk. Yeah, that's a good point, Silent Souls. They say, I never do constructor testing like that. You test them yourself often enough. Testing is for making the program work after you make changes. So yeah, that makes sense. If you're testing functions that you're gonna use that immediately show the error when you do them anyway, then that's not necessary to write a test for it, or not that useful. Here's sound. Should it be louder? Is it fine? I don't want it to be too loud. Create unit test. There's the button. Okay, what does it do? Where do? How does this work? I never tried this. Parameter name code class. What? Or can I tell it to? Okay, how does this work? I have to. Visual Studio IntelliTest, I think, is the feature. Generate unit test for your code with IntelliTest. No, IntelliTest seems to be something else. I don't have create unit tests. I don't have IntelliTest. What is the create unit test command? I probably need I have to activate IntelliTests first. When did the music just stop? Is that the end? Weird. Enterprise Edition Visual Studio. .NET Framework only. Fuck you. Okay. What is this? What is that music? That sounds weird. Yeah. Well, that doesn't work. Create unit test just fails. Oh, it has to be a class. Are you kidding me? Cannot be done in struct. Is that the thing? On create unit test is supported only on a non-test project and within a public class or public method. Okay, has to be public. Again. It's a public class. Whatever. Yeah, IntelliTest only works in .NET Framework, so yeah. IntelliTest.NET Core. Add IntelliTest support for .NET Core standard. Oh, apparently they have this. Closed fixed state for 90 days. Oh, probably core only though, not .NET standard. God damn it! Post IntelliTest and .NET standard library. In order to get IntelliTest to work, for the general, I create a new .NET Framework class library, build a general full framework, and for das with it. Oh, he linked them. Oh, no, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck it. Okay. So what makes sense to test and what doesn't? I don't know. I have no idea. Testing the constructor? No, it's gonna be tested. Okay, let's just say we test everything that's not gonna be tested by something else anyway. So the constructor is definitely gonna be tested by other things. The conversion operator, not necessarily though. Let's start with that. Conversion to tuple. You should test functionality calculations. Yeah, I know, but where's the line? Where is the line? Let's see how much work it is to write simple tests for this kind of stuff. So we have coordinates. Conversion to tuple. So if I have like why doesn't it now? Oh, didn't add the reference yet. Not necessarily, obviously. Coordinates. Is that not how I can use that? Oh wait. The thing is, I think if I actually test the deconstruction, I test the conversion as well, right? If I go var x, var y. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Ooh, don't crash. Yeah, you can see what live unit testing is doing. It instantly compiles the test and runs the test and shows me where it actually succeeds. So it actually doesn't test this because the deconstructor. Oh yeah, deconstructor doesn't need the conversion, obviously. So I can now assert. Oh, let's actually give them names. Oh, it doesn't. Interesting. Already fails. Expected to actual. Oh, expected int. Haha. Yeah. Okay. I guess like that. Yeah. Wait. I can. Well, how? Wait. I can change this in a different. Fix this in a different way. I can tell the coordinate to override equals to int, right? Yeah, because the equals actually doesn't take into account the conversion, which it probably should, right? Because I also want to write. I mean, let's test something. Let's test something. Assert is true. That actually, yeah, that actually works. Hey, infinite less life, dropping in with a massive rate. Sarcasm off. L dizzy. Implicit upright of overload, yeah. So, this is a sign for that I have to change something anyway, though, right? Usually the equals operator should be equal to the equals method. So this works because of conversion. So my coordinate here gets converted to an int, and that then converted to a 2. I'm not sure actually. What does it convert the 2 to a coordinate? Apparently it does that. Yeah. No. Yeah, it converts the int to a coordinate, and then compares it. Like that's the equals with coordinates. Yeah. So does it do the opposite if I do it the other way? No, it always converts to coordinate first. So this is this succeeds and this fails, which is unintuitive and probably wrong. So I should probably extend the equals method to also work with int. So we already found a bug by writing tests, so that's good. So that's good. By the way, does it show? Ah, there we go. Infinite NAS Live rated with a party of 2. Woo! May I ask why I am the target of the raid? Is it random? So I want to basically... The thing is, the moment I fix that, this test should become green. So... let's take advantage of live unit testing. So we make an overload. Equals int other. And basically put that in? No? Not good? Probably still uses the wrong equals, maybe. Alright, let's do it a little different. Tuple x equals 2. So yeah, that succeeds, but this still fails. What does this use? I probably need all the equals things. Shouldn't there be a easier way? The rate is a little bit random apparently. Working on some hardware dev for NES games. Oh cool. Want to find someone doing game dev that I could double their viewers. Well, success. Thanks for dropping in. So this uses... what does it use? Object equals. Which under the hood uses... should have stayed in there. Which under the hood does what exactly? It throws null. What? Why does it throw null? That seems wrong. I don't think that's the correct source code. Okay, getting a type system right is hard. It actually uses this now. Oh yeah, it uses this now because I explicitly did so. So I probably need like the... now how do you wait? How do I tell it to... You can... wait, how does this work? I forgot. Oh, it's... I knew all of this once. I forgot all of it. How do I properly override this to be equal to a different type? Shouldn't it be... why is the... is it... okay, so apparently the conversion operator is not actually making it equal, which annoys me. Or do we say this is actually correct? It's unintuitive though. If I say equals equals, like the equal sign operator is equals, but the equals method actually turns false, then that's usually not good. 970, you can't extend with int. Yeah, that's the one it uses, right? That's the overridden method. So that's the one object equals uses. So if I put int in here, we should be fine. I think you're right. Oh, I love this font. Holy shit, look at the ligatures. Crazy good. Object is int integer and equals No wait, that's just recursion now. No, it's not. Oh, because I wrote this. Missing a brace. Doesn't seem to work though. Is it irony, Silent Souls, or do you really think this is readable? Because I think it's actually pretty reasonable. I like pattern matching. It's good. What do you mean the font? So this is not the one that's being called? Wait, it's not calling any of the equals methods. Why not? What is it calling? It's calling the int to coordinate operator. Oh, so it actually... Wait, why? Where? Oh, here probably. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Nas Lives. Infinite Nef's Lives, I guess. Have a good meal. Okay. I have to look this up. Why is this? Object equals should actually call this, right? I mean, what we can do here, and that's probably that. Wait, I got it. I got it. At least I got part of it. Let's reword all of this quick. And now we do I callable int. And implement the interface. Oh wait, that's a stop. Wrong struct. That one. How good is the code generation? Did I just... I think I was just implementing the shit in the wrong class. No. Did live unit testing just die? Live unit testing died for some reason. Still doesn't work. It has the interface now. Why? Why? God damn it. I'm confusing you. I'm sorry. Why is the music stopping in the middle of the song? What the fuck is this? You're supposed to buy like the full version or something? It stops very abruptly. Okay, I guess I have to do some research. C#. Make class equatable to other class. No. And just to itself. Here. Eh? Oh no. God damn it. What am I doing wrong here? Maybe it's a test that is doing weird things. Let's actually see what happens if we assert is true. Tuple x equals tuple x 2. No, this fails. It actually goes in here though. So this actually goes in here. So what is this method doing? If it's not calling this, what is it actually calling? Bonky! What's up? So Sam is asking if I'm coding everything from scratch or using a framework engine. Right now I'm coding from scratch because I'm coding some class library. But the idea is to use a framework eventually. Not sure which one yet though. Okay. Right. This is object equals, right? Yeah, this is object equals. So apparently R equal doesn't call object equals. Okay, let's check what it calls again, really quick. It goes in R equal and R equal and R equal. And here it calls if object equals. Wait, that's some. How can that be equals 0? What? What's going on here anyway? I think the decompiler dies. I think the decompiler fucked up here. This is some weird shit. What? Equal to returns a bool. How can I compare a bool to a 0? That's just wrong. So I have no idea what he actually calls. Is there doc for this? There is. 0 is false, yeah, but not in C#. Why do you go to a tuple? Because I wanted to test the conversion to tuple. No, 0 is not false in C#. No. Wait, is it? No, it's not, right? Pretty sure it isn't. This should fail to compile. Yeah. Operator equals cannot be applied to operands of type int and bool. This is, oh wait, you're seeing the browser. But yeah, you can't do that. Don't be silly. Bonky. Try putting the code in if 0. No, you can't. I tried. Not a thing. You can't compare bool and int. Bool and int. So how does this R equal thing work? Would you have overloads? Why do they have so many overloads? Which one am I using here? Object, okay. Maybe I should use a different one. Test whether the specified objects are equal and there's an exception if the two objects are not equal. Different numeric types are treated as unequal even if the logical values are equal. 24 is not equal to 42. So, what are those overloads with generics down here? Are they useful? It probably doesn't change anything. What is it using? What is it calling below? Because it's not using object equals apparently, but it seems like it is. I'm so confused. Science also says a tuple breakdown goes wrong. No, it doesn't. It doesn't go wrong. That's the thing. It doesn't go wrong. Like we can step in here. Like this line actually succeeds. No, wait, it doesn't. Never mind, it doesn't. Why not? Oh, because we change. Wait, if we put in the line here again, it will succeed. That's not the thing. But the line afterwards will fail, which is really weird. There we go. This line actually succeeds and this one fails. We can actually put a breakpoint here and debug this. And you will see that the tuple decomposition or deconstruction totally works. No, Ponky, ints don't get implicitly downcasted to booleans in C#. That's not a thing. Not dictionary. Check out my channel. All you want to know in C#. Well, then tell me what R equal is using under the hood to do its equal comparison, because it's apparently not object equals. So if you take a look at the tuple here, it's oh, you can't see that. Wait, you can probably see it here, right? That should be visible to you. Let's make this a little bigger. So we have an x value of 2 and a y value of 3 down here. Probably a little small on your screen, but you should be able to see it. So this line succeeds. This is true. And this is object equals. And this line fails. So how the fuck is R equal implemented? Wait, let's look at it again though, because I actually have a suspicion. It doesn't decompile it properly for some reason. But all of this code is nonsense, basically. Too bad. We sharp source code are equal. Are equal, not calling object equals. Why is my implementation here? That looks like the correct Stack Overflow thing to ask. Sharply silly, use a proper language. What do you use, Podpunky? C++? That seems to be your thing. I have seen many instructions. Help with identical objects. To implement equal to my class, I will want to check equal. That's the answer. You have to override the base methods in order to call yours. I freaking did. Should I do this? Is that relevant? Oops. Okay, interesting. So the generic R equals actually checks, converts to the correct type, and then it works. It probably doesn't use... Yeah, it doesn't check this line now, though, because it converts to int before it. It does that. So it uses the correct equals now. No, it uses this equals now. Where's the... Oh, it uses this one. No, it uses this one. Why does it not do that if I remove this? I don't get it. No, it's not because it's nullable. None of those are nullable. It just seems that it calls integer equals. Why? Why? I guess that's how object equals operates. Actually, I think. Yeah, I think that's how object equals operates. Oh, it still is in this line and not in this one. Interesting. So it does use the convert now, I guess. I don't need this actually. So the difference between the two lines, like this one and this one, is that this one calls coordinate.equals of object, and this one calls int.equals of object. And int of .equals of object obviously doesn't returns true for a tuple, because I can't touch that. Is there a way around that somehow? Because that's dumb. How do you properly do that? But isn't... I always thought that implementing IEquitable actually works. Like works in the sense that object equals actually checks for that. Apparently not in both types though. Okay, this is silly. Good thing we're writing some simple tests. I'm not sure what the proper way to do this now is though. So assert is true equals to tuple x will actually fail, right? Yeah, because it's the same as this line. While turning it around, succeeds. And I think I'm not sure if I don't think there's a way around that. Really hate that. So okay, first step. Is there a way around that? And then if not, what do we do about it? Is there a way around that? So I can't change object equals, obviously. I can create an coordinate equals that takes two parameters, but that doesn't help because object equals is not actually going to call that. Object equals always... I was sure object equals actually checks for this interface. And I was sure it would do so in both directions. Okay, so the problem is that this is true and this is false, which is dumb. So, and the reason for that is that both of these calls call object equals and object equals with two parameters. Like this one, object equals. So they both call this. Let's make it a little bit more obvious. So the first one succeeds, the second one fails. Because this one, under the hood, will call coordinate, because x is a coordinate, dot equals object, which I have overwritten to be able to convert to integer. But it will actually, no, it will not actually use that line. It will instead then convert the two to a coordinate, and the two coordinates are equal. This, however, will call integer or int.equals, which will return false if you give it a coordinate. Coordinate is just a struct. Struct which has an int value, has implicit conversions to int and from int. So this line works as expected. This one doesn't, or this one. And I don't think I can change that. I thought that adding this interface is actually gonna do something about it, but apparently it isn't. Like, I cannot be the first person to do that. Make class equatable to other class. Why am I not? Implement equals for different types. What does the object equal method documentation say? Oh. Where's the rectangle class? Here. Overrides equals so that no, just for a rectangle, not for points. I want to be equatable for two different types. Poponki is still on the nullable thing. There are no nullables here. Coordinate is actually not nullable because it's a struct. The public override bool equals does not have a nullable object. What do you mean by that? The public override bool equals does not have a nullable object. Oh, you mean in the here? Wait, my has a nullable? Line 69. All right, that shouldn't change anything on at runtime though. But you're right, yeah, it put it. What happens if I do that? I probably get a warning, but it doesn't change anything, right? Yeah. I don't even get a warning. But yeah, this is null, so if it can take a null. Okay, so okay, for people who are confused about this notation, this is a C#8, a brand new C#8 feature. It's called nullable reference types, and it allows you to tell the compiler that you checked for null basically for this, or you expect null on this, and it will do some cool compile time checks and give you warnings if you do other things. That's pretty cool. It's a rad feature. Gonna see it being used in this project quite a bit. So basically, how it works is that if you enable the feature, and you do so by putting it into the CS project file, like I can actually show you. Where is it? there. I put in nullable enable here because it's an opt-in feature. If I remove that, now object is basically, the compiler assumes it's non-nullable for the most part. It's not going to throw an error, but it's going to throw a warning. So if I go in some method and call equals, bad example. Actually, no, this equals null. Well, bad. Wait. There. Can do it here. This equals null, which will now give a warning which says cannot convert null eligible to non-nullable reference type. So it now assumes that this is non-nullable, or is supposed to be non-nullable, and throws warnings if I do something else. Will also give me a warning if I now compare this to null. It would say this can never be null. Why do you compare it? And the other way around works as well. If I do this and now here do something with object, like call object equals, it will actually warn me dereference of a possible null reference, because it says, hey, you expect this to be null. Maybe you should not do this, because this will throw if it is actually null. So that's a really cool feature. It's compile time only though. It will not change anything at runtime. And yeah, because it's new, that's the reason why it's not in examples on the internet. I wonder why I can't find anything when I look for it. Why can I not implement equatable for a different type? Why can I not find anything for that? That's weird. I'm probably not the first person to do this. Maybe I am. Maybe it's a bad idea. For different types. Yeah, there we go. I just searched wrong, apparently. Well, 0 upvotes. Uber. Not actually helping. So he writes this one, but that doesn't really help. Oh, he writes an equality comparer. That different from using iEquatable? Shouldn't be necessary, I think. Yeah, it is using int equals, and that's a problem. Well, it just says they're not equal. It doesn't throw it. The compiler doesn't say anything about it, actually. It's a runtime error, what we have right now. Or are you still at the nullable thingies? I really love how Restream makes it possible that you two are chatting via 2 different platforms with each other right now, though. That's really cool. I like that. No, that's not cool. This interface implemented by types whose values can be equated. A value type or class implements the equal method to create a type-specific method suitable for them. The comparability interface defines the comparator method, which determines the sort of order of interfaces. Interface equals method. Interface is used by generic collection objects, such as here. There we go. Dictionary, list, linked list. When testing for equality in such methods as contains should be implemented for any object that might be stored in a generic collection. Okay, but object equals doesn't use it, or does use it, but not Notes implements. Replace the type parameter of your equal T interface with the type that is implementing this interface. If you implement... What? Replace the type parameter of the equal T interface with the type that is implementing this interface. If you implement equal T, you should also write the base class implementation equals object and get hash code so that behavior is consistent. Equal T. If you do override equals object, your override implementation is also called in calls to static. Here, if you do override equals object, your override implementation is also called in the calls to static equals system object methods on your class. But not the other way around apparently. God damn it. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to change that. I'm gonna ask Stack Overflow, but not right now. Maybe tomorrow. I don't think I can change that, which is really dumb, because I don't want this to succeed and this to fail. Like, that's super unintuitive and it's just gonna cause issues. So I rather have fail both. Is this converting the int? No, it's not, only because we, like, if I remove this and get rid of this. Does it still succeed? It converts the int below under the hood, I assume. Doesn't show here though. Oh, no. Okay. So it was actually calling that line. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, okay. So if I make it not equal int, then actually both fail. We'll probably ask why I'm making a coordinate type if it's transparently identical to an integer. Great question. Intent, mostly. So to show that this is a coordinate, not an int. And also to have something like this in play. And maybe write extension methods for coordinates that I don't want to apply to ints. But mostly intent. To show intent. I don't think it's the conversion that's causing the issue here, which then it also suggests. It's just that the equals operator is being called incorrectly. I mean, we can check. Have to rewrite everything. Not. This just calls the wrong equals, and there's nothing to stop it. I mean, how would it work differently? Like there's no proper way. It's about intent, don't make it implicit in integer. Yeah. But I also want to write code that just compares it to 2. Like I want to be able to write. I want to be able to write this. And also this. What is this music? But having, like... having this succeed... broke it. Having this line succeed and this one fail is even worse though. We want 2 kilograms to equals 2 to be valid. I guess not necessarily. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. I guess. Oh, yeah. I kind of want to. Like if I want to check weight for 2 kilogram. Weight equals 2. I think that makes sense. Kilograms 2 equals coordinates 2. I don't want that, obviously, but that's not gonna happen. Oh, actually, oh wait, they both convert to int. You might be right. That's actually a strong point. That's actually a strong point. Wait, give me a second. My wife is calling from bed. Where's the fucking... Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my son woke up. Thanks for following, Super Game Maker. You're still here. Yeah, my wife called to advocate for strong typing. Okay, so wait, is that correct? Is Podponky's point correct? Let's test that really quick. You might be right. Would be a really strong argument against conversion to int. Struct grams, I guess. Basically is this. Okay, so test blah. Yeah, what are you doing? There we go. So third is false, hopefully, but probably not, because I think Podpunk is right. New kilogram or no, let's new kilograms fuck. Woo! Ah! Third button. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Someone who wants to be banned. I'm not banned from Restream chat. It's very unfortunate. Wait, how do I? There. Oh wait, you have to. Oh, there we go. I can do it from Restream. Bye bye. Okay, Poponky. That's a very good point. Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna have to correct that. Because that's silly. That's very, very, very silly. I didn't thought about that. So we basically want to get rid of this. This is fine. The music just stopped. Paused. Continue watching. Thanks. Stronger typing is good. I agree. You've seen a lot of programming in your life, yeah. I'm general all for strong typing, but I felt like it would be convenient to do that. But I guess it's dangerous. But now it's gonna be a little annoying to. I mean, I guess we can have like special methods. We like wait, there was like a suggestion from. I guess I removed that. We can have like obviously convert thingies, like explicit conversion operators. Why? How do you do the explicit one? Do you just remove the implicit keyword? Yeah, so I can allow casting for it by just writing explicit. That should be fine. So I think that's good. That should be allowed. Like, that makes sense. That's an explicit cost. I mean, you can just... Oh no, that's actually private, so you cannot read that. I mean, I could make it public and call it int value. It's probably easier than casting. I mean, casting an int to a coordinate is a cool way of doing it, though. No, I can't do this anymore. This is very, very verbose, though. I mean, I could write a constructor that takes int, obviously. I think default is explicit, actually. I'm not sure. Oh, I think you have to tell it. Yeah, there's no default. Okay, implicit evil. How do I make this a usable class now? I mean, this has a constructor that takes an int. It would be consistent for this to have a constructor that also takes ints. I think in this case, this is fine. Right? It's quite obvious what this is supposed to do. So this should be fine. Am I happy with this? With these operators. This operator is fine to be implicit, though. Yeah, converting this to a tuple makes totally sense. Totally makes sense. So that's fine. Yeah, I guess I think I'll have to live with the way it is now. What I could do is I could make this public. Call it int value. And then, wrong button. Do this instead. Now, if unit testing died. Why is it dying all the time? What's going on with that? Do I like this more though? Actually a little bit cleaner this way. But it involves casting, and casting sucks. It makes more sense, like even performance-wise, certainly. And writing casts is always annoying, so I guess this is probably the way to go. The question now, right, is do I still want the operator? Where's this one being used? That's into coordinate. Oh, yeah, here. In the constructor. Yeah, the question is, do I still want this one? Because I mean, why not? It doesn't hurt. What do you guys like more, folks? Guys, this or basically the same thing? Oh, we had it before. Both work fine. So this should be more performant in theory. I'm not sure if it actually is. Compiler might just optimize this out anyway, maybe, I don't know. And I'm not sure if it's a relevant performance thing, but it doesn't involve converting, which is probably good. Then again, the converter is just calling this. But it's one more call, I guess. Like, conceptually, I like this one more because I'm actually comparing coordinates. And I don't need to know that the coordinate is an int under the hood, basically. Well, I still need to know, but not really. But I think I much rather write this down than this. Like if I'm actually in code somewhere, like, and I'm writing an if, and I want to check if tuple x is equals 2, like this, right? Then I would rather write this, I think, than this. Because that's hard to read. It's casting is just not nice for some reason. The casting syntax is just it's so old. it's bad. I don't know. It feels ancient. It's hard to read. It's in front of the thing and not at the end of the thing. I mean, you can do. Oh no, you can't because it's not nullable. That's not gonna work, right? No. So, yeah. There's a little bit more technical because you actually expose the int here. That seems better, but I'm still gonna keep the operator. So you can still do the other thing if you want to. Oh, I think this test is really testing in comparison now. No, it's no. It's testing that. It's testing the constructor here. And the conversion to tuple. So actually, these asserts. So these asserts are actually wrong here. You're right though, because these asserts are testing the constructor, not the conversion. And in comparison, yeah, but we assume in comparison works correctly. It would be bad if that would not be the case. So what do I actually assert here? Oh no, no. I actually check. I test both. I'm also testing the conversion because I'm testing. Like if if I fuck this up, now this test will fail. So yeah, I'm totally testing the conversion. It implicitly tests a lot of other things, obviously. But this definitely tests the conversion. Okay. While we're at it, let's do the other one. Actually, no, let's commit first. Made coordinate not convertible, not implicitly, or changed coordinate int conversions to be explicit. So, I want to test the other operator now. So, I actually have to... Whoa, what is this song? Holy shit. Oops. So, okay, now we have a tuple over here of coordinates. And that's the explicit conversion from int to coordinate, not the other way around. And now we have to check that coordinate X and Y are actually correct. Do the sanity check if you fuck it up here. Else. So this also tests the explicit conversion operator down here now. Actually, that happened before because of the constructor in the other test. I should probably go to bed. See, and I wanted to skip writing tests for all of this. And now I spent over an hour on it and figure out and change all my code because things. Okay. How to test the equals operator. So I think that equals and the equals operator give the same result. And then writing a test for equals? Oh boy. Seems dumb. Probably the right approach though. I mean, I could just check if they're actually equal. If they're equal, that's probably easier. I mean, if I would just... Can implicitly test this here. Can't. Oh, because that's the wrong one. Probably void equals operator. So I want it to be equal to a tuple. So basically what I want is that this third R is true equals this. Boom. Is that actually doing any of the other things? No. No. Speaking of going to bed, good night, Poponki. Damn it. An equals operator. Actually, I guess we need two asserts here. Also want to do this. Okay. How to test the deconstructor. How to test the deconstructor? I want to test that. Yeah, that's easy actually. Actually, gonna be very simple, similar to this. There we go. Deconstruct done. Equals to object. Yeah, we basically need multiple tests for that. So you want to test that if it's not a coordinate that it throws, that doesn't throw it, it's false. Do I just do all the, like, okay, so usually you would write multiple methods for this, but I don't really want to. I'm just gonna write all of them in here, that should be fine. Third is false. We write one var coordinates, new coordinates. 3 is false. Why is equals? Oh, that one is not being used. Yeah, equals versus object is equals to object, because the other one is very much tested with all the other things. We just have to test that this one is actually working. Is false. Coordinates equals now. Third is false. Coordinates equals a string, something that's not coordinates. False coordinates. Wait, actually, wait, what next? Where is it? So we checked null, we checked subcurrents, then we have to check that it's actually equals. Oh. Probably should create a new one. Well, actually, I want to check both of those. So it should be equals to an valuably equal one. And it should also be equal to itself. And should not be equal to a different one. Oops. That's not an S. That seems to be a decent test. I'm not gonna test get hashcode. I'm not gonna test get hashcode. What am I supposed to test here? I mean, you can. Yeah, wait. It's not worth it because it's generated. I didn't even write this code, but you actually can test it. Just thought of a good way. It's a little silly and excessive to test this, but I want to try if my thought process is right. Because two instances that have the same hash code will have to be equals. How do you test that properly? No, we're not going to test that. You don't have to test it the other way around. You just have to, yeah, it's not even that everything that's equal needs the same hash code. It's just the other way around. No wait, everything that equals needs the same hash code, but not the other way around. So that's the thing. So everything that has the same hash code, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be equal. So I think that's good. And I'm gonna do this tomorrow or whatever. Now, what if this is too excessive? Do I want to do this for every class in this project? I'm not sure yet. I mean, you could get rid of a few of them, but actually most of them, like, here's the thing. It provided, it was, most of, or at least the first one was useful because it sparked hours of discussion and changing code. All the others were pretty trivial, but you'd never know that beforehand. Hi Fishy, welcome back. So I don't know, it's probably a good idea to do this for everything. Okay, so data point 1, from trying this in one class, so far it provided useful to do it. At least the first one. But I couldn't know that only the first one is useful and the other ones are not. And the other ones were actually really fast to write. Like, all of this took me 5 minutes, maybe 10. Like, this was fast. This didn't take a lot of time. So yeah, from experience, from very short experience right now, I would say, yeah, probably do this for every class you write, instruct. We'll see if I keep up with that. Sounds like a plan. So, added more tests for coordinates. Okay. And now I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. So if we look here, why is this so slow? I should probably do both this. So we're not even here yet. Oh. Ah. This is almost done. This is almost done. Just a few tests missing. And then we're good with this one. The progress is slow, but I'm gonna do this clean and throughout, so. It took me way too long to notice this is not a Tektronix-like game. It might become one. Like if I'm going this approach, it's gonna be a Tektronix game. Or a Tektronix-like, a tech-like. AJ says he's so bad at coding. Well, get better at it if you want to. That is. Figure out if you want to get better at it. And then get better. And I'm in the UK, so it's my night. Yeah, it's I'm in Germany. It's 1 AM here. I'm gonna go to bed now. So yeah, if I'm gonna go this route, then it's gonna be a Tektronix or a tech-like. Because this is pretty much, I mean, the idea is Infinifactory in 2D. So Infinifactory is a Tektronix game. If I'm going this route though, it's not gonna be a tech-like. It still will have like similarities and similar context, because the thing is, I want these 2D factory mechanics. I want them. They will be heavily inspired. They will be more close to 2D Infinifactory than to the Factorio. At least that's the idea right now. I want to have welding and tiles that are and products that are bigger than one tile, and you have to weld them together and rotate them and stuff like that. Not so much resource management as it is in Factorio, and craft management, and more like welding mechanics and stuff like that. So yeah, there will be optimization in no matter what, because it's a factory game. So yeah, it's either be a straight up tech-like or at least have some tech influence. So Factorio plus Infinifactory. Well, it depends. It depends. So, as I said, the core mechanics will be a 2D Factory puzzle game, or 2D factory game. Puzzle is maybe the wrong word here. 2D Factory optimization game, I guess. It's a good optimization. And this will either end up being a puzzle game, so Infinifactory, but in 2D. Or it will be a roguelite thing with spaceships, which I think would be pretty cool, which would be closer to Factorio in some regard, because you actually have to, like, you will have to move the things, like the resources around to fill your guns and whatever. Don't forget to add solitaire. I'm actually not a big fan of those solitaire games and Tektronic games. Like I appreciate the fact that they're there. I think that's really cool. Oh wait, the playlist is over. And I find it funny, and and it's cool that they're there. I don't usually play them much. I don't enjoy solitaire. But yeah, if I'm going this route, I'm definitely gonna put something like that. Something. Just to have a reference, basically, to Tektronics. Like a tribute. Okay. And if you're going this route, then it's not gonna be any of the... Well, if you just take the perspective of Victoria, yeah, then we're gonna that. It's gonna be 2D top down. So FTL plus Factorio plus Cosmotier. Wait, which one was Cosmotier? Cars. Oh dear. Awesome. Custom search. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I played a demo of this at some point. I guess somewhat. Is there a big difference between yeah, I think in Cosmotier you can build your ship more. So yeah. Yeah, I guess that might be a decent description. Oh. This actually looks cool. This looks kind of like what I have in mind, actually. Not specifically this, but this is kind of the same direction. So, but it's operated by crew. It's not like a factory. This game is pretty rad, actually. Never got around to actually play it. It's one of those games that they look really cool, but when you actually play them, there's so much what's a good term for it? It's effort. No, I don't know. There's it's fiddly. It's so like you have to do so much to build a spaceship and stuff like that. It's still an alpha, yeah. More about crew management. Okay. So I think I played the demo once and then got like overwhelmed by how much small things I have to do. But yeah, the idea is really, really cool. It actually looks pretty cool. Like, it definitely looks very low budget. And that's actually one of the things I'm gonna try to avoid. I don't want, like, if you look at these screenshots, I cannot really tell you why, because I'm not an art guy. But if you, I always have FTL in mind, but I'm not actually sure FTL is a good example. Let me check. Steam, FTL. It's not a perfect example, but still, it's a decent enough example. Like, look at this, and then look at this. Yeah, FTL is not a perfect example because FTL definitely looks a little bit low budget as well. But still, this looks, it looks, in my opinion, looks way better. No, better is the wrong word. Not better, but I don't know. It looks, this looks like programmer art. This looks like a consistent art style that actually looks good. This is programmer art. I don't know. It's not even necessarily that it is, but I don't know. I can't really put my, like, I'm not an art guy. I cannot put I don't have proper words to describe this. But this looks so much more like a professional product than this, in my opinion. And Flying Dog says, FTL has a brilliantly simple but detailed art. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I think looks the worst in FTL are the people. I think they look not so great. And also the icons could be better. The icons are not great either. But like the ships look really, really crisp. Really, really cool. The rooms are simple and straightforward. Like the interior of the rooms actually is good as well, I think. the interface is fantastic. I think the people are the worst part actually. And I couldn't really explain why this is worse. Like I can't put that in words. Or not this word. Worse is the wrong word, but it doesn't even look bad. It just looks less professional. I don't know, maybe? I don't have words for it, as I said. But yeah, Fishy puts a good point out there. Obviously, FTL doesn't have to, like, they just produce these pieces, these art pieces, and they're good. While this is actually modular, so the player is able to stick these things together. So it's harder to make it look good, I guess. So yeah, that's easier for FTL, but still, I want to try to avoid this look. Yeah. I don't know if it's a personal thing. Maybe it's just subjective opinion by me. I mean, that's enough to make me not to go that route, obviously. But, I don't know. Why is this engine firing the wrong way? Anyway, gotta go to bed now. So, thanks for sticking around. That was fun. Again, it takes way too long though to develop a game. I mean, I'm also doing it slowly, for the reasons mentioned earlier. I want to do it. I want to do it properly because that's the way I have fun. Like I want to go throughout. I want to do everything. Like I'm a perfectionist. Like if I write a piece of code, I want it to be cool. I want it to be smooth and future-proof. And that's not just on principle. I also think that is actually a good idea in most cases. I mean, in some cases, like here's the thing. You write a piece of code. You write a class, and especially at the beginning of the stage of your development, it's gonna be a core class. So it's gonna get a lot of use later on. And now you have two options. You can either rush it, you can spend some time on it and make it properly. And if you rush it, if you make it properly, it will be good and will never bother you again, hopefully, or not too much. If you rush it, there are two options. Either it works and it's good and will never cause problems and you're good, or it will cause problems later down the line, or just like create small like inconveniences that add up over time and make it a little harder to use, and just will make your code worse or take longer to develop the code in very, very small parts probably, or potentially, but they will add up over time because it's a core class. And now the question is, how many times will that happen? And how many times will it go fine? And how much time is it worth spending on make it less likely to go wrong? And obviously it's hard to put math on this, but my gut feeling and my experience tells me that, especially at the beginning for core classes, you should put the time in. Sure, sometimes it's gonna be wasted, and just getting a quick dirty version out works as well. But the times it actually will save you time. In most cases, it will save you at least some time. And in the cases it saves you time, they will, in my opinion and my experience, outweigh the other cases. So I'm a patient guy, and I have fun optimizing things. So I don't have a problem doing it the right way from the beginning. I lose interest in a project when I feel I have to rush it. So yeah. There's also the risk of getting bored because it takes so long. Don't get me wrong. That's definitely a risk. But yeah. Losing passion because I rush it is, I think, the bigger risks. Fishy says that those engines are there to stop the ship. Yeah, true, but why are they firing at the same time as the others? Flying Dog says, in development you will have to change and add things to the core program over and over again. Keeping everything clean and simple is a good way of keeping it together. Yeah, it's true. You could also make the argument though that because you have to change it, like you will have to change it over and over again, you probably it's not worth it to put too much effort in right now because you're gonna change it tomorrow anyway. Yeah, but I agree with you. Like, as I said, I think it's worth it to keep it clean from the beginning, and it's also I like doing it. So, okay. Anyway, gonna sign off. So, thanks for sticking around. We're gonna do that again, maybe tomorrow. Right now I need to find some sleep. So, see ya.